All right, 10 o'clock. Let's get started with some listing. If you guys want to chat, you can. But I suppose we want to try something different today. We'll do a solid like 30 minutes of just focus work, and then we'll a little timer thing that will ring, and then within 10, and then for 10 minutes we'll respond to some chats, get some questions going. Obviously, if we end up with like a meaty topic, we wouldn't just like cut it short at 10 minutes. But the whole idea being, um, let's see how productive these sessions can get, and we'll try it. And if it doesn't work and everyone hates it, just tell me, and then we won't do it again. Just trying everything out, see what works and what doesn't work. Because at the end of the day, so many different people here, and one style is not going to work for everybody. So we'll see. Granny already hits the ringtone. SEO. Hello, Joy. Cool. Let's go. I got my timer on. I wonder if we can see it if we just put it here. Huh. That works. Hey, Mel's here. And Michelle. All faithful Michelle. All right, listening time. All right. Has anybody actually been doing work, or have we all just been chatting? Let's have a look. My gosh, you're quite the unfocused bunch, aren't you? Okay, just kidding. So let's see. Where were we? Hello, Joy. Welcome. Night shift team. Yes, Paul. That is what we are. I am very impressed by the number of people who are using this as an opportunity to just get work done at night, because I know at night it can be very hard to get work done, especially if you have easy access to a bed. So I had a nap before. I'm kind of coming out with a bug at the moment, but even then, like, just the fact that I know that there's gonna be 10ish people, there's 12 here now, make me feel like I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna get things done. I know it will be a productive session. It's not gonna be a waste of time. So yeah. No, John, 100 listings in 30 minutes will kill anybody. It's more just 30 minutes to get something done. That way we're not carried away talking and then realizing that the session wasn't as productive as it could have been. We're just trying something new. At the end of the day, if 30 minutes feels a bit too short, we'll make it an hour. An hour feels a bit long, but just toying with new formats. It was Matilda's idea to say, hey, let's put a bit of structure in there and see if everyone benefits from it. I've done labels and 2 listings so far. Adam, welcome. Octo, the disgruntled octopus, Michelle. Who is Octo? Hi, Matilda. Bloopy. The disgruntled octopus he is everywhere, but he's also nowhere. He is real, but also not. He is a desired companion, but also an unwelcome guest. Take from that what you will about the disgruntled octopus. All right, Grumpy Granny, parenting advice. Let's hear it. Michelle and Grumpy Granny having a bit of a who's got more grandkids contest. We'll leave them be to hopefully not get too violent in this competition. Wendy, I would love to have 18 degrees outside, like a nice 18 degrees. At the moment, it's just cold. And now that I've got a bit of a bug, I think I feel the way old people feel when they go into the wind and then they feel like their whole body is just being refrigerated. Like today, I went out to just get some roast duck and stuff from like a strip of shops. And I kind of had to walk in a way that the wind was going to my back, not my front. But then eventually, it was just hopeless trying to get indoors as quickly as possible. The wind in Melbourne is pretty ruthless. Like, I don't remember it being as ruthless even in Tasmania. So I wish we had like Queensland calm. To that point, when we stayed at the accommodation in on the Gold Coast, there was literally no airflow. It was pretty hilarious. The fact that we're used to in Melbourne getting wind and breeze everywhere, and then suddenly just nothing, literally nothing. And then, we'll just go outside and walk around and go find aircon. Everyone's hating on the printer. Okay, so it's not the printer, it's it's this thing, it's the holder thing that was rattling on the table. So towards the end, I was just lifting it up and then it wasn't making as much noise. But yeah, I should oil this thing. I haven't oiled it in the 2 years that I've had it. Wendy's been to the beach. Michelle agrees. I agree too. What's a pigeon pair? Pigeon pair. Oh, nice. Dave making banana bread. Share it. Figure out how to share it. You ship things for a living. Come on. Figure out how to deliver it all to us who have come to the live chat. I'm sure if we stay here for long enough, we can all receive it. Love a good banana bread. Figsy, welcome. Good. I do research at night. That doesn't take too much brain strain. True. It's like online shopping, isn't it? It's productive online shopping, item research. It's like, oh, there's enough that I feel like item research, there's enough surprise that if you do it when your brain's tired, you can still manage. Customer service, though, cannot. 5 drafts and 7 books comped. Well done, Grumpy Granny. I do the most important things and brain strain things first thing in the morning. I do the most urgent things in the morning. I feel like the brain strain things I delegate as quickly as possible. I don't really have many brain strain things in my life at the moment. I married somebody who was very capable of doing the things that I don't like to do, and vice versa. So any sort of creativity, spontaneity, fun things for the kids, that's me. Any sort of like storytelling, if you want to, like music, all that kind of stuff, that's my category. Sports with the kids. Jen's very much does the bills, looks after the vaccinations and all the kids' appointments and stuff. I just get told this week, Monday, Tuesday, they go here. Wednesday, Friday, they go here. I'm like, okay. Remember this appointment. So really, if I became a single dad today, I pray it never happens. My kids would suffer because I feel like I'm gonna be that like those old couples that have been so codependent for so long that when one of them passes away, the other one is like literally screwed. They just die like a week later. Those were my maternal grandparents, and I feel like that's gonna be me as well. Like the moment Jenny goes, I'm gonna go. Too hard. So the only brain strain I can think of right now is the accounts. In which case, it's like a once a quarter type thing, like with Bass and stuff. But yeah, I delegate. I delegate so quickly. It's not funny. Wendy went to the gym. Well done. I tried going to the gym. Didn't last very long. I need a scoreboard for me to get exercising. I've noticed that if I exercise on my own, I don't get much exercise done and I don't strain very much either. But if I go play sport and then I get really sore the next day, that's essentially my way of getting more exercise than I plan to get. I really envy those people who have those personal best goals and they keep pushing to lift how many, run how many. Like I don't have that, and I've never been good at implementing that. So that's one of my weak points, I suppose. In which case, you kind of see that in everything that I do, even with the YouTube. It's just like there was no plan to do a live that goes only for 2 hours. It's like let's just go until we drop off, and then we go again and again, and then that pretty much reveals how sustainable, how much one can do. So that's always been my approach, which means that there's incredible highs and people going, holy shit, I can't believe that's possible. But also it means there'll be weeks where I'll just crash and then we'll try again. But because I'm also really good at delegating, as long as the business has the fat to then pay people to do various things, that approach is somewhat sustainable. So that's kind of my mix. I play basketball every Sunday. Focusing on redoing some old listings, looking out for listings I need to do better pictures as I go. Yeah, that's really cool. I think I was giving, I think it was Media Madman. He reached out and was asking me to just review some of his listings. And I told him like just pointing out just the cropping of the photos as we were scrolling through the shots. We were like, oh, he wanted to do like an angled shot and some of the corners were getting cropped out randomly at different photos. And that scrolling experience to me wasn't smooth. So I said to him, like, if you adjust the cropping better, then it all crops the same. It looks consistent, like looking at tiled wall, right? Like if a tiled wall is off just a little bit, you notice it. So it doesn't have to just be the clarity of the photo, even just the way that you pose everything as you scroll. If it looks consistent and it looks like you're looking at some sort of Moroccan tile wall, it's really pleasing to the eye, and it makes the buyer not feel like there's a barrier they need to work through in their head. I remember learning this in marketing, and every kind of marketing podcast I listen to, every sales podcast I listen to, they always talk about how many mental barriers are you actually putting for your buyer to overcome, whether with little effort or a lot of effort, because there's so much stimulation that eventually, if you remove you can't remove all of it, but if you remove most of it, it makes the buying really easy. And so even things like if you give someone a coupon and it's a pop-up and they just have to click accept, if the wording's a bit weird, you're forcing them to think about it, they won't click on it. But if it's something that's very straightforward, literally take 10% off, accept. That's it. That's the kind of thing we're talking about, where everything you do is about easier and faster. And by the time the buyer is done buying, they go, I don't recall how I ended up here, but I'm here. Okay, I do want the item, so cool. That's kind of what we want with the photographs, I feel, where it's that kind of consistent. All the photos are framed the same. The ratio of item to empty space is the same. The angles, if you're gonna, like with me toy cars, all the headlights are facing the same way on the same angle, horizontally and vertically, so that when they're looking this, it's like looking at a bunch of faces, like a whole bunch, like yearbook photos, right? If you look at them and if they're all done properly by professional photographers, all the eyes are looking in the same direction, the face is angled the same way, and it's really pleasant to look at. So yeah, definitely worth revising photographs. Sage parenting advice for me tonight: you should always be your children at video games so they learn to lose and don't grow up to be self-entitled little shits. That's a good one. So my son does taekwondo, and the reason we signed him up for that was because he wanted to play basketball from as long as I can remember, but he couldn't take a hit and he couldn't take a bump. And I feel like the third party giving him the bump and then forcing him to suck it up and go back at it, that's been really good. So now he can take a bump and I can rough and tumble a little bit with him. But there was a time when I was afraid to rough and tumble because it was kind of taken as, daddy doesn't love me. I mean, granted, he was talking like 3-4 years old. So then with taekwondo, it's like he stays on the mat, he doesn't leave the mat. There was one day he got kicked in the head by like a taller kid, and then the coach just comes and goes, like they pats them on the chest, like, you're tough, you got it, keep going. And then you see him, little tiny guy with the mushroom helmet that they wear, and he's just like, and then just started hitting a lot more focused. Very proud moment for me. Yeah. 21 listings, 13 listings. Wait, 21 listings, 13 listings? Or are we talking weather? Can't be weather. I'm guessing this means 13 listings. Daughter's been sick over a week now, told her to stay away from me when the house is moving. Yeah, so the Disgruntled Octopus and Granny do a podcast together. It's called the Worst Reseller Podcast Ever. It's pre-recorded. You'll find it on YouTube. If you feel like they should just suck it up and do it live, tell them. The Disgruntled Octopus doesn't listen to anybody, but the Granny does. So if you feel like you will only watch it if it was done live, say so. Pigeon pair is boy girl. Boy girl is so cool. Like I have a boy and a girl, and I love watching them interact. It's that navigating differences from a very fundamental kind of like it's not based on common interest. It's just like I feel because they're so young and there's really no common interest. It's just based on approach and temperament. So fun to watch. Always listed at night. Same. Oh yeah, like it's a sweet story. This thing. I remember there was a couple that came in. Not couple, sorry. A lady with the daughter, and they were just telling me that the husband had passed. They had just been on a cruise, and it was like a very PS I love you kind of story, because she literally said, I feel like I can still access everything. It's like my husband hasn't died yet. And it was really sweet. And I cried, and then the daughter cried, and then she cried, and I was like, oh. And then she passed away very shortly afterwards, because despite him really looking after her and like making sure she was sorted after he passed, she couldn't do it without him. So she left as well. And then the daughter comes back a week later, tells me about it, and when we all had a bit of a cry together. Like, very sweet. Yeah, that's the dream. I think that's like the marriage dream, where you found your person, right? Like there's nothing like, I love you, I miss you, you're nothing encapsulates it better than just, you're my person. And I think we all kind of desire that, don't we? Like to find our person, and then we wish that for our kids as well, to find their person, whoever they may be. That's good, Wendy. At least, yeah, company is great. Guys in the gym, right? I feel it's either you find guys who are super supportive, get your best, or there are a bunch of guys who one up each other. In which case, usually there's a group of 6 who turn up, like 2 finally bow up because they just the chest puffing thing gets a bit tiring after a while, and then you just let the other 4 bros kind of do their thing. Say you have OCD without saying you have OCD. Oh, 2 gyms, right? John the reseller, what have you done? Oh, in relation to going live, we want it. It's the best. It's the most authentic form of anything, really. And I think if you go live, if you go live, people forgive a lot of the ums and ahs, because when I was doing like yesterday's video, the 3 things when you go into a new category, that was probably like the 7th take to just go through the whole thing. I watched back the older recordings, and it was just like the ums, the ahs, the likes, the stops, and people are way less forgiving when it's pre-recorded. Whereas if it's live, people appreciate the pause because they can understand why the pause is happening. Yeah, I personally feel doing something live is as scary as it is to do something live. Once you get over the fact that you're going to make mistakes and screw up anyways, it becomes a lot easier. Like I find this a lot easier than doing recording single take videos, like the stuff you saw from the very beginning of the channel. And I mentioned that to Matilda as well. I was just saying that it's I'm allowed to be human, whereas I'm supposed to be a performer when I do it pre-recorded. So it's counterintuitive, but trust me on this one. If you do it live, you actually, I feel like you enjoy it a lot more as well. Just a thought. Hey, Josh G, welcome. 1:1 ratio is so important for photos. Agreed. I think we're almost at the end. We can go back to another solid 30 minutes of work. Let's see. See you, Wendy. We love you. Michelle, I feel like you need to have some sort of an affiliate link for Photo Room because you talk about it so much that you really should make a clip out of every time someone downloads the app. Thanks, Sandra. Also, I feel like when you do it live, the feedback's a lot better. I don't know if I said this on the channel before, that when I MC weddings, and I only will MC weddings if I can get the crowd involved. If you just tell me to MC a wedding and follow a script and kind of perform it, it's very nerve-wracking for me. But if I can tap into the yelling and the screaming and the woos and the, they should make a baby, all that kind of stuff, right? If I can tap into all of that, work the floor, I actually feel more comfortable doing that. So I feel lives are very similar because there's more input. This is significantly less overwhelming than doing pre-recorded stuff, not knowing how it's going to land, needing to figure out if I say this before this or this or for that. If you watch videos telling you how to do YouTube videos, you'll see there's a lot of criteria, like, okay, within the first 0.3 seconds you should do this, then 0.5 seconds, and then if you don't say this within the first 5-second window, people tune out. And you see the stats are really brutal on the back end. They show you literally the graph going, they started watching and zoop, they'd stop watching and then zoop, and then eventually you have like 20% of people still watching towards the end. That's very hard to overcome compared to lives where the statistics are more about how's the chat happening versus you engaging with the chat. And it'll show you concurrent viewership, but it won't actually show you like spikes and drops, more about your engagement than my ability to engage you. So yeah, something I learned. But at the start, this whole going live thing, super nerve-wracking. Okay. See you, Sandra. And I'm not sure we want the octopus to be a stripper just because more hands to remove more pieces of clothing. The show will be a very short show. Some of my guests are very nervous before we go live. 10 minutes into the show, it's just like a normal conversation. Yeah, see, you know what I mean, because you do these interviews too. For those of you who don't know, Figsy's got a PlayStation games podcast. So if any of you guys are into like PlayStation stuff, I think he's got PlayStation 2 and 3 collection, or is it just the PlayStation 2? I'll let you tell in the chat. But yeah, if you guys want to check out like PlayStation stuff, Figsy, great in-depth kind of podcast on that topic. Which goes to show, right? Like most of us as resellers, we've got so much knowledge. We literally can talk about anything. We can talk about our category forever. That's really cool to me. So yeah, check out his channel. All right, another 30 minutes. Let's go. Where's everybody? All right, let's see. So in the last half an hour, we've dropped 7 people. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Yes, hello, disgruntled octopus. Hello, if you're still here. Cool. Fixie and Paul, you guys should do a session together. I need Dropbox though. I'm finding that I'm running out of storage for my videos. I need to actually get Dropbox sorted. Live podcast. Yes, we do. Everybody is just bagging on the octopus, which he loves. La, 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 la. I don't know who Barry Humphries is, but I was thinking on the way home that I do want to watch the series called Barry with Bill Hader. Like you see him on SNL and he's got this like scary face, and you always want to see him like an intense role. And I was told that that's really good. That's a really good series. But so we've got Barry to watch. I've still got The Witcher. I haven't started watching Witcher yet. Nice looking Lego set. Thanks, Josh. We're trying to build a city essentially. So we bought the downtown city center, that big one for my son's birthday. So when he opens that, we'll build it up. And he wants to do like a social media thing around Lego. We tried stop motion at one point. Way too much work, and he's not a persistent builder, so he likes to build in his own time. And I told him, I say, if you want to do stop motion, you need to deliver videos at a certain time. And if you can't do it, and building is too much of a hassle, then you build at your own time as you feel creative, which is most kids anyways. And then after that, we'll just take like photos and put it on Instagram, and it'll just be like, a caption this type scenario. So he's keen to do that. So we're gonna build out his city, and then he's gonna put he's been watching a lot of Emma Sora's videos, and Emma Sora's does really well with the guess what I have in my city, and then she talks about her city. Thanks, man. I'm trying to make improvements to make it more of a thing, a consistent thing. I think eventually we'll arrive at a format that everyone gets work done, everyone feels connected, everyone gets questions answered. The chat will be a very helpful place. Obviously, I'm not here to tell you guys what to do, right? I'm just here to encourage all of us to kind of stay and remain in a productive state, because it's just hard. I think when especially with other stuff to do, and this is the thing that we do on top of the eBay business. Very rarely gets our best, especially with the side hustle. So, I definitely am nowhere close to having weekends off, that kind of stuff. Like, what was it? I think Matt was saying in one of his recent videos about how, like, should I schedule listings so that I can, have my weekends off, but then at least make it appear like listings are going up. I have not actually thought about holidays or weekends off. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still very much side hustling this, but on full-time hours, if not more, because the business isn't there yet. Like, I mean, I feel like the business probably needs to turn over about 500K before I can start thinking about having 9 to 5 weekends off. Like, 2-3 staff. That's why I like when I watch like Chris Lin daily refinement videos, and you see like he's got this whole team buzzing around him, and then he has the capacity to do videos and whatnots and whatever else. And even as like those guys doing whatnot streams separate from him, that's kind of where I kind of want to get to, where in terms of not that size, but just capacity wise, where I can take time off and kind of chill. So if this kind of gets us all closer to that goal faster, then the segment's doing its job. Yeah. Enjoying the show with Grumpy Granny. Yes, Josh, we all are. It's the chemistry. This is the chemistry of the banter. I think there are some shows you watch where you can tell they're not really feeling each other. Grampy and Disgruntled Octopus. I don't want to say feel each other because that sounds really wrong. But I feel like they feel each other, and that's why it's good content. Oh no! Bye, Michelle. Thanks for joining us. May all your eBay dreams come true. Life is short. Don't take it for granted. Amen. Evening, Michelle. I almost purchased a subscription for Photo Room until I worked out my computer was going to be a little slow. A new computer is on the list of things down the track. I'm very thankful that as eBay sellers, we don't really have a lot of machinery we have to pay for. I was just thinking about, you can't really get leaner than this. I mean, even creators have to pay for subscriptions for various things. Like, we don't really have to pay for many subscriptions. Until I became a content creator, I didn't even have any apps that I paid for to edit video. Even now, I just edit all the videos on Splice. I refuse to pay for all the bigger things because makes me want to do more and make the videos fancier and takes time away. So if you keep things simple and you just want to pump out listings, a good, like, if you upgrade your phone and your computer upgrade your phone every year, every couple of years you upgrade the computer, that kind of is it. And you can pretty much look as professional as a lot of the professionals and the big time sellers already. So yeah, like, if I were to set aside budget every year for upgrades, it'd be those two things. Like, the laptop's getting a little bit slow at the moment, but even then, like, it's still running the streams. It's still um Apple ages quite well to me, so I quite like that. Back when I used to be a broker and I would use PC because of just the macro heavy spreadsheets that we have, I feel like the PC, the feeling of a PC becoming slower is a lot more obvious when it happens than with the Mac. Like, you only notice that your Macs are getting slower when you upgrade to the new one. So I feel like the decline's a lot gentler in that sense. They do age quite gracefully. So for me, if I'm doing eBay, it will always be Mac, iPhone, and as you can see, two iPhones. Literally, just that one's an iPhone there, the thing that's recording us at the moment, because that acts as a webcam because it's linked to this laptop. And then this is the other one, just in case that one dies and I still want to keep taking photos, then I'll just do this one. So sometimes when we are doing photos for the whole day, like we're talking, say if I come back after one of those long days driving, and the tray of my truck is literally full of stock. The next couple of days, we're just taking photos nonstop. I will go through two iPhone, that's the 14 Pro Max, 13 Pro Max. I will go through both batteries in one day, just snapping. Both, and you snap photos until the phone gets so hot, and it starts to slow. Like, you press the button, then it starts doing this, like, snap, snap, and then there's a little bit of like a twitch. So we do run these phones down on those days as well. So, but yeah, super reliable. Would not have any different setup. And if you're one of those people that can't get over the price tag of Apple, as far as I'm concerned, most reliable ecosystem out of all the ecosystems that you can kind of hack together. Personal experience, clearly. And I'm very biased. Apple fanboy, Apple sheep, whatever you want to call me. I own it. It's, yeah, proud of it. Night Octo. I'm glad you've been finding this productive, John. That's the idea. Paul Laurie, actually, the other night, after the Tuesday live, we did some, after the Tuesday live session, we did some listing as well. And we were trying to figure out if Dave was saying that the monetization requirements for the channel has actually gone down to 3,000 watch hours, and we already have a bit more than 3,000. And I contacted YouTube, and apparently they haven't rolled it out to Australia. So they were like, "This is outrageous. We should try and get you over the hump." And we were trying to get 200 people listing live tonight for 5 hours, just get me the extra 1,000 hours. Clearly, that's not going to happen, but it's nice to dream, I suppose. Wait, heading off to work now? What do you do? I'm very curious to know what you do, Josh. Yeah, 30 minutes definitely goes quick. I've done 18 listings so far. It was two before, so 16 in half an hour, so about 2 minutes a listing. Not bad. I'm happy with that. Trying to get to 100 before we go to bed. I was feeling a bit worn and wrecked before this started, but I downed 2 Panadol. I've had water, a couple of apples. Might go make a coffee actually in a little bit and keep going. I think we have some chips lying around somewhere as well. But yeah, I feel like if you guys think like the 30-minute intervals are solid, we'll do it again. We'll try it again another time and see how that works. Also, if you guys want an earlier start time, let me know, because 10 o'clock to me was more like the everyone is clear to start at 10. Some days I can push 9. I reckon 9:30. So if you reckon 9:30 would be a much better start time than 10, happy to start at 9:30 next Thursday. Also for the Tuesday lives, you reckon 9:30 is a better start? Let me know. Ooh, this is a very good question, John. I think as with all things, you run the risk of. I feel like you run the risk of an INAD either way, because some people will, if people claim the piece is not there, what are you going to say, right? Like, you can't really. At the end of the day, you can only convey that you know what you're doing by building it, displaying it, then selling it in loose pieces. 24 photos does help. Like, I've got a bunch of sets down there that were, those really rare Star Wars and SpongeBob sets. So I paid $200 for that whole lot, and I reckon that whole lot will go for about $800 once I'm done sorting all the sets out, because most of them seem to be complete. I am getting, sweaty palms thinking about selling them, because each set there's a Gungan sub in there that goes for, I think, about 250 to 350 depending on the time of year, because it's got, I think, the only set that had Queen Amidala from Star Wars. And the thought of somebody taking that set and going, you didn't include the main minifigure, give me back $200, it's quite scary. So, but that's the risk of eBay, right? Like, you make the set, you display the complete set, and then you display all the sides of the minifigure so that you can confirm the print. Getting a good camera that has a solid like macro mode does help, because people get fussy. Like, Lego is a small thing, but then you'll be surprised how many people pick up Lego and go, "Oh, there's scratches on the print." So you do want to pick that up. If you can isolate the pieces by color, even, and then kind of have the pieces next to the piece count on Bricklink. That way, the person can actually look on the picture and go, these pieces, there are meant to be this many pieces of this variety, and it matches. It's a lot of work, which is why for me, loose Lego is a pain in the ass to do unless it's worth a lot of money, or the sets are small enough that at first glance you can see more or less everything. Different people, different opinions, right? You do what you're familiar with. For me, and I think that's it. Like, some people who are if you're used to doing items that are already less work, something that's more work may feel a bit absurd, but that might literally be the minimum requirement for that category. In which case, if you don't want to do the work for that category, leave it alone. Plenty of things that you can sell. For me, there are many categories that I refuse to do the work on because I just don't enjoy it. And for the money I can make elsewhere, I'd rather make it elsewhere. So, but yeah, with Lego, 24 photos definitely helps. But yeah, for me, it's mainly I'd rather just sell them new. And if you're doing secondhand, just put it on marketplace. I feel like a lot of the sets nowadays are available everywhere. So not to say that it's hard to sell, but it means that everyone everywhere is already aware of the sets. In which case, if you just wait for them to no longer be sold, not like retired, but we're talking, say, a year after they've been in Kmart, where they can't be found in Kmart anymore, and there's like a couple of random kids who just happen to be late to the party, they might look for it on Facebook. And then if you just sell it on Facebook, because it's like the demand is still current, just that the supply is now running short. If you're selling in that window, you'll find it's quite easy. Like, I've sold a lot of Marvel sets on Marketplace simply by just doing that, going, okay, it's on Facebook at the moment. No, it's in Kmart at the moment, it's in Toy World. Now I'm noticing the supply is starting to dwindle. Okay, cool. I'll put it on Marketplace now. And true enough, someone will pay, if it's brand new at 50, someone will pay like 40 for it secondhand. So that might be easier than the whole eBay thing. Dropbox for business, 3 licenses, unlimited storage. Cool. Yeah, I had that when I was a broker. When I was a broker, I used to store a lot of like customer data, and also I had a blog and some other content. So that, yeah, I used to have that back in the day as well. I think we had a deal going with a bunch of us kind of pulled together, and I think Dropbox did us a deal, and it was cheaper too from memory. 5 book bundles drafted. Hey. Grumpy, I have to ask you, with regards to books, I'm surprised that I'm surprised you're doing books because, like, my mom and all her friends complain that their fingers get really, like, just the thought of lifting and turning and flexing things that makes their fingers hurt. So, like, I would have thought you would go for things that were, I guess, lighter to carry, lighter to maneuver. The thought of like navigating books just feels like you go to sleep with really sore hands. Just yeah, unless you've got. But then again, I take that back. Then again, I've met older women with like who are very proud of their Anglo-Saxon hands. They're like super strong, and they would still do like the most painful massages are from them. Like you sit down and you feel this finger just go straight into your shoulder. Like, whoa! So maybe you have those fingers. Yeah, four-legged babies suck, don't they? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Reminder to send offers. People are late night shopping when they have less with willpower to resist. Make them an offer they cannot refuse. Adam, are you the octopus? Because that sounds very much like what the octopus would say. Less willpower to resist. I feel like if I was going to be a social media promoter, I should have done more than just make one comment. Being raised in the Australian bush, I'm of strong stock. There we go. I'm of strong stock. You reminded me of So when I first came to Australia, I didn't know. I found Australians intimidating because you guys are very balanced in your upbringing. Whereas in Malaysia, where we come from, it's academics only. So in Malaysia, when we used to meet, you essentially would have conversations around like this, your studies, your grades, like what are the subjects you do good and bad at, and then maybe have something you enjoy for fun. But when I came to Australia, it felt like everyone was so different because every family is just those things. Like you have camping families, you have hiking families, you have basketball families, netball families, you have music families, and the other thing was that you would, what's the word? Like there wasn't like a top student for the whole year level. It was like every class had a student that was excellent in that. Whereas in Malaysia, they essentially make you kind of do well in everything, so that you become the top student for the whole year level. And that was disorienting for me as well. And so I found making friends really hard when I first got here. Generally gravitated towards the Asian friends just for cultural similarities. I found that and then so eventually, once I got to uni and stuff, I realized, wait, it's things you can pretty much make a living here doing more or less anything. Like if you want to go be a farmer, you can. If you want to go be a chiropractor, you can. If you want to go be a garbage man, you can. And there's this thing called minimum wage that we never have in Malaysia. So that was quite eye opening for me. But it took a few years because I suppose if you're stuck at home with your parents and they still want you to be raised a certain way, you're still very much tunnel vision, right? In fact, today I was at Macca's and I was telling Matilda this. I was at Macca's and I have at in Glen Waverley. Glen Waverley is essentially the best. It's the most funded public school in Victoria because it's got like the highest enter scores, because essentially it's Chinese and Indian kids going there and they're all academic kids, right? I think they had like 4 or 5 99.95s most years. And I was sitting at the Macca's doing some work, and then I overheard this lady literally say this: "If you're not going to do something with 100%, then it is a failure. Not 100% is failure. You must do 100%. If you're going to do anything, it must be 100%. If it's not 100%, then why bother doing it?" And I think she was trying to convey that you must do everything with 100% of effort. But the fact that she went 100% or not is failure, I just chuckled and I flashed a smile. And then she looked at me, flashed a smile, and then she was like, "Oh." So that's the kind of environment that I grew up in. And then clearly, like we're in very different pastures now. Yeah. You just I think, how did we get to this segue? Right. You saying it from the bush, you reminded me of like reading The Drover's Wife back when I was in year 11. And it just got me thinking about, how do we get here? Yeah. So different. So different. A lot has changed since the year I arrived. Milking the cows by hand and planting the crops behind the draft horse. Wow. You must find reselling very easy then. I mean, if that's how you were raised to make a living. Adam, is this sarcasm or are we talking like a really good sale? Are you going to give us more information? My sales have been consistent actually. I'm finding that if I'm listing more on, so the toys where parents pay for their kids' toys, that stuff's just steady. But then the stuff for like grown up kids, your action figures and cars, I'm noticing that there's still a bit of an increase in sales there. So you'll notice every time we do listing sessions, it's just all cars and figurines, because that's where there seems to be consistent spend. The other day I sold like a Hot Wheels car for 110. Yeah, like people are still paying 3 figures for toy cars, which is insane. So clearly, and I think that's something I learned in economics as well, like that no matter how bad things are, there's always somebody who wins and somebody who loses. And I think somebody was telling me a story of maybe I read it somewhere, that economics really is just about distribution, right? Those who have, those who don't, and there's a transfer between them, who agreed upon, whether it be fair trade, law, employment, whatever. There's mechanisms for transfer from those who have and then to those who don't, in exchange for whatever those who don't have money can provide back up, whether it be labor or time or whatever, right? And the moment you make everybody the same, the whole economy dies, because people no longer have a reason to connect with anybody else. And so even in bad times, you will always have people who have and people who don't. It's just that the overall numbers go down, but the gaps are still more or less the same in proportion. I'm butchering the explanation, but you get what I'm trying to say. That there's still opportunity for transfer. So even when the times are bad, we still need to persist in selling. But the difference is we find the people who have, that we can then still meet what they want. Yeah. So that whole transfer mechanism still exists even if we go through recession. So don't freak out and be like, oh no, my business is going to die. Just figure out what are things that you can actually still sell. Who are the people currently being affected? What price points can people still afford to pay? If you don't get too attached to your reselling prices, I think that's the other thing. Like, especially those of us who sell collectibles, it can be very easy to conclude that the top end is the normal when it could be a normal at some point, but there's always new normal, because that's how price elasticity works. It can be here or here. Just focus on buying here, and then you're not going to make a loss, even if you have to adjust your prices now during hard times. No. When you haven't had a sale in a while, that takes you by surprise. Got it. Here's what you need: multiple store accounts selling multiple niches, and have them just have all your accounts logged in on various devices. Like your iPad has one store, and then your phone has one store, your laptop has one store, and then you'll just hear all the cha-ching throughout the day. Let me see. What else? Bought 2 tubs of Lego at garage sale 4 weeks ago. There are about 80 Hot Wheels cars. No real old ones. We'll make 2 or 3 lots. A good haul to learn new stuff. Yeah. If you want, send me the links to your listings as well. I might consider taking them, because I'm all about splitting them up. So old or new, as long as the conditions are, as long as it's photographable condition, I will consider taking them. If you don't want to list them, just saying. But if you do want it, then by all means, I've got plenty. But if you don't want to list them, let me know, and I can work out a deal with you. Just message me on Instagram. Check. Paul. Before you help Adam, you still need to go and get 200 people to join our next listing session, because we was listing about 200 people listing and then getting our watch hours up so that we can get monetized. I think there was something else. One more thing. Ninja Turtle stuff. Yes. Ninja Turtle stuff, Spider-Man stuff. And the thing is, you get that spike, but at the same time, you also need to understand. So there's there's something spiking demand. Let's stock ourselves with that thing. And then it's understanding what of that thing is worth stocking up on. So when I went to Kmart, right, when I went to Kmart, I saw all the new Ninja Turtle stuff that's come out, and very quickly there are those figurines that are articulated. The wrist can move, the elbow can move, the shoulder can move, so you can pose it in a proper pose. And then there are those where the hands only do this, or those where the hands can do this, but the knees don't bend. And don't be so quick to jump on any particular toy or any particular item just because there's something that spikes the demand. So, for example, if you start seeing stuff go on clearance, don't just clear the shelf. Actually understand why why that particular toy is on clearance, why it holds value, because that's the next level stuff, right? Where for me, I no longer buy action figures that are not articulated at the elbows, the wrist, and the shoulder, because anything other than that just isn't worth the money. Kids get frustrated when they so there are kids who play with toys but don't know how to pose them and they just bash them together. That's not my market. My market is those that want to admire the figurine. So when you understand target market, you understand that a toy can be for a kid or a grown up. You want the grown up dollar, not the kid dollar, especially when things go bad. Yeah. So demand is one thing. New movie coming out. Um, Lots of eyes on the particular franchise. Still look at the actual items themselves and understand why the features matter in those items. That way, when stuff goes on sale, you can go, yeah, you know what? That's a pretty crappy thing, anyways. I'm not going to pick it up. I'll save my dollars for when the good stuff goes on sale. That's what I'm trying to say. Cool. I'm going to go make coffee and we'll start another half hour. What did I miss? Let's see. How about yourself? Do you use social media? Um, interesting with social media. I think there are some products that definitely do a lot better on social media than they do than eBay. eBay really are doing it for the reach. You're really want eBay really is buyer wants something, looks for it, gets it on eBay from anywhere. Facebook is very much convenient. I think like if you want something now, you want to be able to negotiate, you want to be able to um, feel like you're supporting someone local. I don't know, like Facebook, you pick something up, you put it straight into your house. Yeah, so like a lot of stuff on Facebook, I find doesn't really check out because you'll get people who price things as if the items are only on Facebook. Very quickly, go on the internet, you can see that the pricing's off. So scalping on Facebook is very strange for me. I feel like scalping on eBay makes more sense because people can't get it locally. They go to the wider. But it's like if you can go to the wider and get it cheaper, why would you go to the closer? Especially those who think you should pay double for something because you can get it today as opposed to like but it's still in stock on eBay. You can just wait for a week. Especially during harder times, that's going to be an interesting one because people are going to be willing to wait a lot more because they don't have money, but they still have time, so they're willing to wait for items to come just to get it at a lower rate. Yes, Adam, you should let Paul check out your store. He's got some pretty good ideas on how to make it look more streamlined. Welcome back, Sandra. All right, last one, then we'll get back to work. For me, it just depends because like I fulfill orders. Adrian, my helper, fulfills order. Not Adrian, Brian fulfills orders. Jen fulfills orders. So depending on which device we grab just to fulfill orders, we don't log out, right? So essentially, if it's cha-ching, we're like, oh, whose phone made the cha-ching? And then we'll know like which store had a sale. Yeah. All right. Let's go. I apologize if the chips are too loud. QQ. How is everybody doing? I'm just gonna finish up a listing and then see what's happening in the chat. Cool. What's gobbledoc? Chip packet or printer, which is more annoying? John, I know you like being funny like me, which is why we're here sharing this space. Noise is activity, and I cannot say just how much I don't like going. I don't want to go back to every time I do listing. I feel like turning the camera on and just seeing who turns up, because I've done listing on my own and I've done listing with you guys, and I very much prefer you guys. And yeah, so the noise signifies love. It signifies community. It signifies all the warm fuzzies that make me want to stay here and keep going. And I think that's the same on your end as well. What noises should we include next time? Hammers. I've been putting off turning music on because I feel like music is very subjective. Some of you guys will. I'm curious to know what kind of music you guys actually listen to when you get work done, because my kind of music sounds a bit like this. Let me see if I can find something. So when I'm working, this is what I'm listening to. Is it playing? It's not wanting to play. Oh no, it comes because the mic's plugged in. For me, it's rock. So it's like rocky, kind of like head banging kind of music. Not sure that works for everybody. So won't be turning on music unless you guys ask me to. Whether to have a store or not, main benefit is small reduction in fees. Yes. So if we are selling low ASP stuff, then the fee difference isn't going to make that big of a difference. But once you start moving volume, you'll start to see a difference in the fees. Definitely, it's definitely easy to get past the $25 a month. $60 a month, you're essentially looking at moving about 500, 600 units of the same items through one store. The Anchor, is it Anchor store? Like the one that goes for, I think it's $650 a month or something like that. Yeah, nowhere close. So especially if you niche and you split them up, you split your stores up, essentially it's the cheapest store and the most expensive and the medium store. Promotional tools, yes, but if you know how to use it and you understand how promotional tools actually move items for you. Promotional tools, I find, don't really make a difference if your store is small and you don't have an understanding of why somebody would pay, would be incentivized to lean into a particular promotion. So until you have a grasp for how your buyer likes to buy things, especially given the product cycles of various things, the promotional tools are also a non-factor, in which case then not having a store really makes no difference compared to having a store. Ooh, so being the only one you're listing, I go with books. I've done that with a few graphic novels. You can always change categories later. I'm actually one of those people who will pick two categories if it makes sense. And more so because you don't want to disqualify your listings from any searches. So similar to how you wouldn't, I should have brought that up in the quality listings live 2 days ago, actually. The whole, how you have items that it's like think of sets, like clothing sets. How you some kids, they have like the Adidas in the track top and the bottoms. You would click both. You wouldn't try and hope that the title does its job by saying Adidas tracksuit for kids size whatever, top and bottom, and only click top or bottom because you want to skimp on the however many, like, think 6 or 10 cents extra for an additional category. Just put it in the additional category, and you'll find that you'll sell the item faster because somebody looking to buy in one category will go, hey, this thing has a matching piece. I'll just buy the matching piece anyways, because you're making it easier for the buyer to consider. So obviously, if it's not a kind of item where your suggestion is of value, then you won't do it. But in the case of like books, graphic novels, comic books, just pick the two most relevant ones, and there's only a small increase in fees, but at least you are presenting. So here's something I used to do in comic books. I would pick I'll do the graphic novel, and I would do the comic book category, just because the person looking for a particular book already wants a story from that franchise, be it Batman, Joker, whatever it might be, and to be suggested with something that is a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, still can meet the need. It's just that the starting point was a format that wasn't the format that you're selling. So in that case, you're actually helping to go, hey, if you can't find what you want, here's something that you might want to consider. That's kind of where I'm going with the double category. Also, there are some categories where and also when eBay does like revamps categories like they did a couple of years back, some categories will disappear. And so having two categories means you also save on work, because I suppose now I'm left with only one relevant category. For the little bit of fee, I give yourself the best chance. That's all I'm saying. That's my approach. So I don't fuss over which categories I'm in. I just pick the two that are relevant, just go with it. Everybody's listening. Yay! You got 10 people here. Hoo-hoo. Slow and steady. Yeah, man. That's it. Just keep listening. Don't worry about how fast, slow you're doing it. Try not to make errors. Just increase those listing numbers. Oh, right. Gotcha. My favorite chip ad is still the Doritos one, where the dad kind of like is eating Doritos while the lady is pregnant, and then he notices that the baby is reaching for the Doritos in the ultrasound, and then finally he kind of moves the Doritos back and forth, and the baby's bumping around. The wife's like, "Stop it!" And she grabs the Dorito and throws it away, and the baby jumps, like, just gets delivered to reach for the Doritos. That's like my favorite chips ad. Jazz music. I like jazz music. There was a period of time where life was a bit dark. Let's go with dark. And rock music was not serving me at the time. And I had Dave Brubeck playing in my car for a lot of it to kind of calm me down, and then also a bit of Corin Bailey Rae. So yeah, not always headbanging stuff, but I feel like when you're in a good place, headbanging stuff gets you somewhere. When you're in a bad place, headbanging stuff just makes you not do anything. Music's interesting, isn't it? Listening to YouTubers. Yeah, I find listening to YouTubers while working not the best, because especially if they talk about something that you have an opinion on, your brain kind of wanders and you start working a bit slower. So for me, listening to YouTubers while I'm driving makes sense. But then now that I'm starting to record stuff while I'm driving, it's very much a choice. Do I listen and learn today, or do I unload today? Jimmy Barnes, Akadaka. Yeah, Thunderstruck. Jimmy Barnes, no idea. True. But once again, if it's only a few cents extra, why not? Like, we're not talking. Are we talking like $2 extra? Not really. An additional category usually just means is a few cents. So buying, like, if I think about the model. If I think about the model, do we buy better to give ourselves the chance to afford better reach, or do we keep buying the same way and then have to decide which category suits ourselves best? The first model makes more sense. So if you're getting used to doing two categories, you're getting used to also buying better, in which case then you're shifting you're recognizing the benefit of your better buying through the better reach and the faster sell through. So that's how I kind of see it. Because I think, yeah, there are many tools on eBay that are, I don't want to say useless, less optimal, because you can click, if you click, you can essentially select all the options when you're selling on eBay, and end up with no profit, right? Promoted listings, you can send a coupon, you can send offers, you can do free shipping, you can select all the categories, use the subtitle. If you click all the options, you end up with no money. So in terms of being selective, I feel like the multiple category thing is quite useful, just because, just like how sorting by price overrides promotions, and just resorts the order back to what the buyer wants, the category thing also disqualifies you if a buyer is used to seeing a lot of listings and that is their thing that they do. So like for me, right, when I go to Foot Locker, and this is where the example, this I think this will make sense. When I go to Foot Locker to buy shoes, Foot Locker doesn't stock that many shoes. eBay has 100,000 times more pairs of shoes for a particular group of shoes, be it basketball, soccer, whatever, right? Than Foot Locker, because Foot Locker only stocks the current season. Even then, when I go to Foot Locker, my brain does not register anything I'm seeing until I filter. So I will filter by size, because I want to know that it's in stock. I'll filter by the type of shoe, be it basketball, soccer, whatever, right? And then whatever that's left, then only my brain starts to take in that information. So you can imagine somebody, if you're selling in a big category like books, clothing, mobile tech, accessories, jewelry, the more that I will hazard to guess that not having more categories actually does you harm compared to categories like collectibles, where most searches only give us between 10 to 20 listings. So if you're selling categories where the searches give you way more results, the category probably protects you from being filtered out before the buyer has even considered what's there. So can you imagine, you picked one category, you've done promoted listings puts you at the top. The buyer doesn't even notice it, because their first thought habitually, without thinking, is to go filter. Then once they're done filtering, then they go and see what the promoter presents them, then they sort by price. So yeah, to me, when I look at it, I go, there's no harm for the extra little bit of cost to do an additional category. You're a nurse, right? In which case, if people don't ring you, that's a bad thing? Wait, good thing. I suppose. Like, you don't, it's one of those things where it's like, you don't want to be rung, because if you're not rung, then everyone's doing fine. But at the same time, it means that your job can be made redundant, and you don't want to be redundant. Yeah. Ooh, Slipknot. Yeah, Slipknot's a scary thing for me, because I remembered when I was a very impressionable teenager and I was listening to that, some Linkin Park, what else was it, Papa Roach, and I was at one point, my sister took something from my room and I chased her. I literally grabbed the first thing I could find and chased her to get my stuff back, and she was being annoying. Like, we're talking, teenagers, right? I think I was 16 at the time, and the thing in my hand was a hammer, which, when I think I go, I grabbed the hammer to chase my sister to grab something back. That's pretty, yeah. So for me, as an impressionable teenager, that music was not good for me. Clearly, I know better, but still, those names, it's like, ooh, names of things that bands that made me do things. Calls on the Adelaide Independent. Cool. I suppose, yeah, Friday. This is surprising. Friday night, wouldn't you expect it to be many calls, given that everyone's out and about doing their thing? Or is it more like around 1, 2 o'clock when people really need to go home and hail a cab? Ooh, yeah, Matilda, Sandra, go meet up, make friends. Also, I should do a poll. are you someone who needs to finish the whole bag of chips in one sitting, or do you keep it for another day? I brought the clip, the thing that like I brought this thing just to clip the bag eventually, but I very seldom use it. I'm one of those people who will eat all the chips and finish the whole bag, because anything less feels like I'm not doing my best. Plus, fresh chips just taste so much better than chips that's been bagged up and then reopened, right? I don't care what you say about Ziploc bags, airtight containers. The fact is, once you open a bag of chips, no matter how you store it, it's not the same as when you freshly open the bag and eat it. So for me, top to bottom, finish the whole bag. If I feel sick, whatever, so be it. Oh, Paul. Well, I do hide my chips all around the house. And thankfully, I've got two I've got two kids. The boy is a good listener. So in a sense, if I tell him the chips are not meant for him, he doesn't touch it. He will ask for it. He will suggest that he should be able to have it, but he doesn't help himself. My daughter, on the other hand, she's the type that she's 3 now. She's the type that will take an Easter egg to, if we have guests at home, she'll take an Easter egg to the guest, tell them to open it, and then if the guest opens the first one, she'll grab a second one until finally when the guest goes, "Did your mom say you can have 3?" And then she'll just be like, "Go." So I may have to deal with the chip thief in a few years' time. But for now, the only one who does like to eat chips is quite an obedient, controlled fella. So that's okay. I'll keep it for another day, then forget about it and throw it out in 6 months. Yeah, me too. If I do bag it up, it just sits in the cupboard. And then after a while, I realize I don't want to eat this. It just tastes like cold oil and it's no longer delicious. Well done. Join us next time. I will try and eat something less noisy. Soup. We'll try and drink some soup on the listening party. I love how Sandra is like, "I'm in the south," and Matilda's like, "I'm in the east," and all of us who are not from Adelaide don't know how far that is. Because like in Melbourne, south and east, we're talking half an hour drive. What's it like in Adelaide? I'm going to Google map this. Google Maps. Darlington, South Australia. So we have Darlington, and if that's the south of Adelaide, all east. Is east of Adelaide like what, Modbury? Would that be east? Man, Adelaide's small. We got McGill and we have Port and Boston. I'm learning a lot about South Australia now. And we have Boston. Oh, okay. Boston's like take a ship, jump an inlet, take a ship again. Interesting. Yeah. I have to ask now. Okay, now that I've seen this, I have to ask John with Boston. What's that like in terms of sourcing? Because we've got Granny up in Donald, which is kind of rurally, finds it quite hard to get stuff. Has to buy it when she sees it. Has a death pile just in case stuff doesn't show up. Yeah, what's sourcing like for you? Where in Port Lincoln? Is it like, do you still get access to pretty good stock? Are you generally sourcing remotely? Because for me, even though I'm in Metro Melbourne, I still source remotely because I find the more you source, the better, right? Plus, also, if you're sourcing remotely, you're reducing your competition remotely because eBay is national and international. So therefore, yeah, for me, local and remotely, I'll buy if I've got budget. I'll just source all around the country and just clear all the stuff and send courier labels and get it all sent to me. So what's it like with you in Boston? Very curious. Lots of people say no soup. Why not? It's winter. It's winter. We're cold. Surely it's we can bond over soup. I drove to near Adelaide to back to buy 1,500 DVDs and 600 meals in Boone. Hmm. Okay, so you are traveling to kind of get stock then. I'm still going pretty good. Are you guys good to go for another 30 minutes and see where we end up? If you're good to go for another 30 minutes, type I in the chat. Hey Liz, are you someone who doesn't like weird sounds in your ear? My son figured out that I'm a bit like that too, and he's now decided that whenever he chews food, he's going to come really close to my ear and just start making chewing noises just to piss me off. ASMR sound like makes your the kind of noises that make your ears tingle. Yeah. Night, Grumpy. Night, John. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week. Have a good weekend. Thanks, Rennie. You are a lifetime of solid advice. Anything you offer to me on how to better parent my children, I'll take it. Yeah, Liz, I think my son will annoy you too. All right, another 30 minutes. Let's go. Great suggestion, Matilda. I feel like this was a good idea. So we'll try this again next time and see how much more we get done. It's worked for me as well. I'm on done 31 listings at the moment. Let's see if I can get to 50 in the next 30 minutes. I'm going to finish this listing and then we'll see what's happening in the chat. Although I feel like we've all gotten all our energy, our chatting energy out already, which is fair. I mean, you come to a place, you talk, and everyone just kind of settles down. All right. Let's see what's happening here. Partner who snores. Both sleep with us. Wolfhound and Band Dog, so not quiet. I've been sleeping really bad recently because my daughter, I've come to learn that she doesn't adjust well to change. So when Jen took on an extra day of work, she just became clingy, stopped, like she just went back to sleeping like a baby. So she would go to sleep in her bed, but then she'd come to our bed and she's brutal. She will sometimes she'll punch me in the face randomly and then go back to Jen. Sometimes she will, like one night I remember Jen got up to get something and then she turned around and she grabbed me and then it felt like this. It felt like this. I need to touch somebody. It's not my mom. And then she was like, then she went back the other way. Super harsh. So having one boy and one girl is probably good because the boy very much prefers me. I wouldn't know how I'd cope if I was the parent that wasn't the favorite for both my children. It would be very sad. I don't know if I don't think I have the heart to cope. So I'm very thankful that by God's grace, I have one that actually very much enjoys my company. Placing ads. I've never tried placing ads. I probably should. Although I feel like my category, if I place ads, I'll end up with a lot of crap. So, because toys is very subjective. It's like you're hoping that they sell it at a price that is a bargain for the condition it's in, which means that if you wait for them to just give it to you or sell it to you cheap, you probably end up with a lot more rubbish than you do good stuff. So I feel like with my categories, the hunt gets me better stuff than if people brought it to me. I could test it. I could be wrong, but my gut tells me that ads may not help. Although I feel like with yours, Paul, are we talking about like refurbished tech? In which case, like companies are bringing you, a whole bunch of like old tech that they don't know what to do with, and you're kind of giving them the benefit of the recycling thing, so therefore they don't have to feel bad that they're chucking tech away, or adding to landfill. Yeah, video games. Yeah. I think video games, CDs, books, DVDs, those kind of things. Like there's too much stuff there for anybody who isn't a reseller to learn about it. So yeah, it would make sense for people to just kind of go, here, take the lot, just take it and go. It would be nice though to get to be able to have an ad and just get toys given to me. But alas, I think the other thing with the categories that like the collectible categories in particular, they there's memories, and so people don't give them away as easily as it's okay. It's like I'm not gonna give away my toys, but my parents will give it away if I don't clear it out of their house, because the memories are attached to me, not to them. So I think like even when we go to the thrift, whenever we find like that massive haul of Hot Wheels, my theory was somebody died and the person who it was left to never cared about it when the person was alive, and so now that they're gone, they're like, well, I don't like any of this stuff, so I'm just going to give it away. So yeah, I think it's quite hard to get stuff given to you if you just say here's an ad for like and what would you even say? I feel like if you say we find new homes, is that really what you're gonna? What do you say in your ads? I'm very curious to know what would you say in your ads. I find the opposite, which is unintuitive, that people who go to the trouble of taking a picture and putting up their own ads want a fair bit, but ones that see your own ad are basically on the verge of throwing them away anyways. With placing ads, do you mean on social media or putting up flyers around town? Both. What you're really saying is, here's everybody knows I can go to the Salvation Army, I can go to St. Vincent, go to Vinny's, I can go to the local tip, I can give it to my local library. You're essentially trying to make it obvious for people to give it to you. So if you put out flyers everywhere and say, hey, if you've got any old toys that you don't want to, any old toys you can't be bothered selling, if you have any old games, DVDs that you're looking for a new home, we're happy to take them off your hands. We'll come pick it up. You're just doing it. You're essentially saying, we'll do a service for you. And I've got a friend who does rubbish collection, and that's what he does. He does the rubbish collection, but then he picks up all this stuff that he would just throw away. Like he picked up some Lego sets that were like complete but not fully assembled, and they were just thrown out because people look at their home and they look at a room and they go, I want this corner to be cleared. I don't care what's in it. I haven't been there in 2 to 3 years. Some people in 10 years haven't been to that corner of the house. Quite frankly, if you clear it, I don't care what's there because I've never cared for it for the last 10 years. So if you're giving people a chance to wholesale clear a whole corner of their room, that's a service, but you at least need to know in your categories what ratio of it would be dump and what ratio of it would be resellable. Being a niche seller, I've got a few stores for things to go into anyways. So if I go into anybody's house and I clear out let's say I clear out the kids' room, most of the toys I have a place for it to go. The issue with me comes down to condition. As I said earlier, it comes down to whether it's a sellable condition or not. If I'm going to be picking stuff up for free, but then I have to go and make them into bulk lots so that they can be sold to other parents who are looking just for a cheap bulk lot of toys, not worth my time. But if I'm picking them up for free and I'm selling them individually and taking a small discount, then it's very much worth my time. So yeah, be interesting. I think it's very interesting to test, and you should test it in your area because different suburbs, different demographics throw out different things at different price points, different brands. Everyone's circumstances are different. You can only try. At the end of the day, you're increasing your chances of getting stock. It's worth doing. And getting over all the mental, I guess, barrier of why it wouldn't work, I suppose. And also, I think if it depends, right? If you have a vehicle so I've got a dual cab. If I were to do that, I would essentially schedule a whole bunch of pickups and just go fill out my truck. So obviously, if you're driving a hatch, you're driving out to pick stuff up, come back, pick stuff up, come back. It might feel inefficient. You might feel like, what's the point if I only get one trip out of it? But if an ad allows you to fill up a whole van, even that's very worthwhile. If you spend one day picking up a whole van's worth of stock, you come home, you have a dumpster waiting in your driveway that you can just dump stuff that you cannot sell, and you still end up with. So I've got a dumpster, and the JJ Richards dumpsters, they're very cheap. They charge per tip, so it's $30 a fortnight or $35 now. I think the prices went up. But to be able to bring back a whole ute tray worth of stock, have it reverse it back, dump it in the dumpster straight away without having it lying around to sort later, and whatever that isn't dumped gets photographed almost immediately. If I bring all that stuff back and it were free and I had to throw half of it away, which is fine, I'm essentially paying $30 to get rid of half of it, and then the rest of it is saleable stock, pure profit. I think it'd be worth it. So that's the potential of, I guess, putting out an ad. and you really have to figure out whether you have the capacity to process all that stock. Because there are some resellers, the moment they can have free stock, they jump on it, they accumulate, and then they forget that they still have to photograph it and sort it and fix it and figure out which one goes with which, what part goes with what part. I remember there was I don't know, oh, might have been Warhammer. Yeah, someone I remember buying Warhammer, right? And they bought Warhammer thinking, oh, it's really cool. There's a huge demand for it. True. And then when they got the Warhammer, they were like, shit, this stuff's really tiny. I have no idea how to identify it. And then we were like, yeah, there's a reason why people who get into Warhammer stay in Warhammer, and people who are trying to sell Warhammer who do not know anything about Warhammer never get very far with Warhammer, because the figurines are so damn small, but they're super detailed and they are worth a lot of money if you know what you're selling. So yeah. Processing. The process of processing is a big one when you're picking up random things. Yeah. I reckon I can do another half hour. How are you guys feeling? We're down to 5. That's what we're here for, man. Giving you things to think about, options. Fundamentally, reselling, you can sell anything, you can source anything. Your options are, and that's the best part. That's why I love why I do what I do, because, and I think all of us, if we were to articulate why we love what we do, it's the fact that we are building businesses from literal scratch. People don't understand that about eBay. They think eBay is this place where you throw junk out and don't get top dollar. You can be someone who sees a route between a supply source and a demand, a market that has demand. And if you can connect those two somehow, if you see a connection, eBay lets you make that connection. So people who complain about eBay charging fees, or they don't understand that if you want to connect, refurbished parts with people who want to buy those parts, right? Back in the day, you'd have to open up a storefront. And Paul will tell you this. Paul used to have storefronts doing this, and which he has now sold to just do it online, because it's so much easier to just do it online via eBay. Like, you'd have to open a shop, but then the shop has to be in a place with people who actually want to come and get it from you. And then you have to go and promote it in different places, flyers, ads on TV, radio, whatever it might be, billboards, to try and get people, word of mouth, to get people to come to your store to buy the thing that you're selling from your store. Now you just go, I can get items, I'm going to warehouse it at home. eBay lets me ship it anywhere in the world. That's amazing. And then if you have another idea and you have more space at home, you just go and get that stuff, put it at home, and next thing you know, you are a group of businesses. You're essentially like a group of companies, but what is a group of different stores? The restriction that applies where KFC cannot sell beef because the brand says chicken, that doesn't apply to you. You are the KFC in that business model is you, Adam Wild Games, right? If you call yourself Wild Games, no one knows you, no one knows that's your name on eBay. So therefore, you can have a store selling games, and then if tomorrow you decide that your wife loves baking, and you can find baking materials for really cheap, and you see a connection from supply to demand, go make another store. Eventually, your eBay business is just this layer cake of different revenue streams that have no sense being together in a traditional business model. But in this business model, in the reselling business model, it makes complete sense. And that to me is the infinite potential. So therefore, it comes down to you choosing in a methodical way what you do first, second, and third, so that you don't flame out. If, for example, you get into a category that takes up all your time, all your effort, all your money, you can't grow. But if you get into a category that's high profit, you've got time to spare, you can ship things, you can ship things in a way that applies to other categories that you can get into later once you build up a bit of a pounds fund. World's your oyster, really. You can just keep going. And next thing you know, you have a warehouse that if anybody walks in, they'll be like, this doesn't make any sense, because you can't brand that business based on the products. The only thing that's consistent is the fact that you see a connection of how that stuff makes it out into the market in exchange for money. So that's a beautiful thing. You are a conduit. Dude, 3% margin. Damn. That's rough, man. With the overheads as well. That's crazy. It must piss you off, Paul, whenever you see people complain about the fees on eBay on Facebook, because yeah, like they just don't get it. Seriously, like the number of people who complain about the fees on eBay, no idea, like completely lacking context. And now that I have a YouTube channel, I have to be very mindful the things that I say on Facebook. Thankfully, people like Jason Ramage get to these comment threads before I do a lot quicker, and they. Although it's funny, right? You have two out of all the people who are on the panel. You have Jason Ramage and you have Matthew Cummins. Essentially, if Jason Ramage gets to it first, it's like a nice put down in a kind of, please explain what you mean. I don't quite sure what you mean with this way, da 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 da. And then if you have Matthew Cummins getting to it first, it's a bit more of a backhanded, like, are you serious right now that you're complaining about this thing? It's quite interesting to see who gets to it first, gets to say their version of the put down. Yeah, JB Hi-Fi having 10% off, and then you go to Officeworks, and then they price match it plus another 5%, I think it is. How these people make money is, oh, yeah. But that's how you make your money. That's how you make most of your money, though, isn't it? With the on the service side, not so much on the item sales side. Kind of like car. Is it pretty similar to like the car dealership model then, where rights to sell something, you make stuff on the, you make money more on the. See, context. Context makes all the difference. So my parents had a partnership with two other families where we ran like a confectionery store, and I remember they bought a franchise because franchise was the model that if you don't know how to run a business, you go buy a franchise, right? And then the franchisor gives you a bunch of locations. You pick the one that you want based on what you believe is the highest potential. In our case, going all the way to Melbourne Central. We live in the southeast. On a train, 45 minutes going into the store just to sell items there. And then after that, during Christmas, whatever, we would be packing hampers at home. We'd be bringing product back home from the storage unit, and then packing hampers in our houses, and then lugging these hampers in on the train. Like, 4 hampers, because 2 hours are going at a time, like 2 each, right? 4 hampers every day over the course of a week to fill up the shelves, and as they sell, bring more hampers in. Like, that was tedious. I wouldn't, if I open up like a brick and mortar store, I would need some real solid walk-in numbers to convince me to even do that. At the moment, just being able to work from home, being able to have the warehouse within the house, to be able to ship whenever, to be able to pick my product, not have anybody tell me I can't use this supplier, that supplier, that kind of nonsense. eBay is great. Like, eBay is great. The fact that you can start small and build it up gradually. The fact that you can find, like, I don't know any other way for you to sell to tiny pockets of demand globally. Like, you think about like how He-Man was a like, obviously Netflix, the show, they resurrected the whole He-Man franchise, but there was a time where if you wanted to buy a He-Man character, you literally only could get it on eBay or on a flea market, because there were all these tiny pockets of 80s, 90s kids who knew about it, and for you to sell it to those pockets, you would not, the numbers don't justify you setting up a shop wherever they are. You just put it on eBay, and then they pick it off from eBay. So eBay is the shop that all the tiny pockets of demand globally come together. I don't know any other place that lets you do that, because every other place, it seems, every other online platform, Depop, Poshmark, your Facebook, Gumtree, they're all very limited locally platforms. Whereas eBay is like, whatever, if it's on the platform, anyone can access it. It's you who doesn't want to sell internationally, not us. And that's amazing. Exactly. I've never been in retail. I don't complain about the fees. It's amazing. The world is my market. Exactly. So to Adam's point, Wild Games, about how putting an ad on Facebook versus flyers, right? Those are choices. You're just given two options. eBay does with promoted listings. When people complain about like the additional 3 or 4%, and you go, how dare eBay suggest that I should pay an extra 5%? It's 5% on top of a product. Like, okay, there was a time where you wanted to promote one method, there's a minimum spend for a minimum duration. eBay have broken that bulk down to the point where you can promote by the item. And even then, it's 5% of whatever that item is worth. So if this beanie is worth $20, you're essentially just paying them what is $1 for them to make decisions where they put your stuff. So you don't even have to make, if someone said to me, it will cost you $1 for every item that you sell, but you don't have to think about where you put it. We will decide and help you put it in places where it's most likely to sell. It might be a Google ad banner. It might be a running banner on the side of Facebook. It might be one of those mid-search results ads on Gumtree. We will decide because we have data to tell us where it's more likely to be seen, clicked, and converted. Great. That's $1. You know? But people complain, they go, oh, another 5%. No, eBay, how dare you? Completely lacking in context. Yeah. I feel like one of my fears actually coming into this whole YouTube thing was that I would alienate people with my stance on eBay, because as far as I'm concerned, in Australia, we don't have any other better option for starting from the ground with one item to scale up to like 1,000, 10,000 items. Obviously, when you get to about 10,000 items, even if you get to about 10,000 items, which we're getting close to, if it's not a replenishable type of item and it's one-offs, eBay is still your only option. If you create your own website and you try and run ads for all these different categories of items, you end up paying more than if you just let eBay do it for you, bulk broken promoted listing cost by the item. So yeah, I feel like, so my concern was like with my stance on the whole eBay is the best thing and since sliced bread for us. The people will be like, no, you're an eBay fanboy, whatever. But I feel like I've done a pretty good job explaining eBay, and to the point where I think the people who stay on the channel are those that actually want to grow their business and understand how eBay fits. And in a sense, this little echo chamber is quite a productive one, because quite clearly in the chat, all of us agree that it's useful, agree that the fees are reasonable, and agree that without you take eBay out of the equation, we don't know what to do. Like, we don't know where to go. Sorry, we know what to do, but we don't know which order is the best order to get our items sold. So when you think, the Sarah Sternau, who's the head of eBay Australia now, she actually just said, look, you have supply, you have item, and then you have buyer. All you do is you put eBay in between and it happens. That's literally as simple as it gets. So for the fees that they take, completely worth it. Yeah, so aren't other platforms dearer though, like 20%? Well, eBay lets you pick whether you promote or not. I think Etsy doesn't let you pick from memory, or might be wrong. Someone correct me on that. I think there was a platform that you have to pay the promotion fee regardless, and they choose what it is. Poshmark, you have to share closets for you to get any sort of traction. So it's like activity that doesn't really make much sense. And then you have, I think Amazon is closer to 30 if they fulfill it for you. But then with Amazon, I think they drive the prices down. They will also, if you do white label, they will also try and sell your items if the numbers make sense for them to do so. So they will compete with you. eBay won't. And I think for Amazon, if your items sit for too long, they start charging fees and make you take it back. So for those of us who have items that can take like a year or 2 years to turn over because they're quite unique items, eBay is really your only option. That's all I can say. Like, eBay is your only option with global reach. You can go run an auction house. You can go set up a stall at an antique market. All of those things have very, very limited reach. Yeah. And on this pay-as-you-go model as well, it's insane. Like, it blows my mind the fact that there are people who list on eBay, complain about the fees, and forget about the fact that they don't pay subscription. So they don't actually pay ongoing fees. It's still very much, it's like going to an auction house or going to like an antique market, having a stand that, it's pay-as-you-go, but you still have to pay for the space ongoing, as small as that space may be. you can literally put, like you go to an antique mall, right? You see one of those vertical glass cabinets. You pay a fee for that cabinet to be there, and then after that you have to pay whatever cut it is as the item gets sold. On eBay, you can have essentially 3 bedrooms worth of stock online without a subscription. Fine, you'll pay a higher fee later on, but as we already established, it's only a small difference between the no store fee and the store fee, but no ongoing costs. Insane. Etsy lets you, but it's global. It starts at $1 per day for the entire store. If you earn under 100K, if you hit 100K or so, offsite ads are forced, and they're about 15%, I think, from memory. Yeah, exactly. No insertion fees. So Etsy have fee per listing, last 3 months, and then you pay again. I actually think you pay the fee per item sold as well. There you go. There you go. The other thing that does my head in, right, is when people compare platforms, or they go, I'm going to go to this platform or that platform because eBay isn't working. And I go, and they, as if there's no understanding of how the item sells in the first place, and then they just take their item, take it elsewhere, and then if it doesn't, and then I do want to know with these people, if we track them, whether they will actually admit that they cannot sell the item anywhere, and then if they happen to sell the item elsewhere, they will tell the world that they are right and they knew all along that eBay was crap, but they won't be able to actually articulate exactly why the item sold elsewhere compared to eBay, and they will not even acknowledge if they made any changes. They'll just be like, yeah, eBay is crap, I knew it. It's a very confirmation bias, throw spaghetti at the wall, see if it sticks kind of approach. Does my head in? Nope. And so I will say this on the channel because if you're that kind of person, you generally don't want to change anyways. You generally don't want to learn anyways. You're just wanting to prove that you're right, and you generally won't scale up. So this channel is not for you. I'm sorry. Everybody here seems to understand that the platform is great. Learn how to use it well, grow on the platform, and make changes so that you can continue to get better. If you're not in any of those camps, anything that we say will probably offend you. So kind of like a sorry, not sorry moment. And it's almost 2:00. So would I say this during the day? Probably. You guys know that my heart's in the right place, I think. So in short, we've worked out, as Etsy continues to charge you and continues to add to your tab, even if you don't sell, eBay doesn't. Why would you use other platforms with less reach for the same amount of work? Exactly. eBay gives you so much reach. The reach is nuts. The number of, and it's funny, eBay has reach, and there are still buyers on the platform who don't appreciate the reach. I feel like the reach, the lack of appreciation of reach goes both ways. You have sellers who don't appreciate that they can literally sell anything to anybody in the world who has access to eBay, and there are buyers who also don't appreciate that there are people around the world who will happily ship to them. The number of times I get messages from international buyers who say things like, "Just checking you're okay to send to Thailand." I'm like, why wouldn't I be? International shipping is open. There are no excluded countries, but there's still a sense of, I don't know if you'll ship it to me, so I'm gonna ask. Can you imagine if the platform continues to grow and all these buyers and sellers appreciate that? It's not a case of, are you comfortable? Like, why are you not sending it to me? If the default is, if I buy, they will send to me, so much more sales. So yeah. You see, look, if you have stuff on Etsy that eBay don't allow, then that's a good reason. I mean, there are things that like I tried to sell inappropriate t-shirts on Etsy at one point, and then they flagged it, and then so now I've got to figure out where to put these t-shirts on. I'm gonna make my own store, do my own social media marketing. That's the thing, right? I'm not sure if Adam's still here, but Thanks, Sandra. We'll see you in the next live. Um, yep, that's it. That is it. So the dollar book to the US for $50 profit that wouldn't sell locally. Exactly. And I'm pretty sure Mel does started to do international as well. So cross listing. Before we talk about cross listing, why don't we let you tell us why you think cross listing is worth doing? Because there's a small enough room here that we probably can provide feedback on that. I'm gonna go get a container for these chips and then need a toilet break. But yeah, let us know what you think of why you think cross listing is worth doing. Okay. I list some new items, maybe 300 on my own website as well as eBay, but actually creates lots more work keeping things synced up. And for real, I'm unimpressed with most of the software. You would think it helps get your items seen by all different types of marketplaces, but at the same time, maybe not as you would have. Maybe not as you would have to track everything. Okay, so it's more work. And unless there's a reason why eBay isn't the best website for it, like if you, for example, right, you think about white label. So you think about Lego sets. Okay, if I'll use this set as an example. This will something like this, right? It's got a model number, it's got a brand, it's got a bunch of descriptors like people. You've got Rapunzel and you've got Flynn Rider and you've got people know that this is Disney Princess. You've got Lego, you got 43187, and if you want, you can even put Disney Friends because it's like the Disney Friends variety of Lego. And if you put it on eBay, someone can find it already with those descriptors. Will you get a much larger market by going elsewhere? Probably not. You'll get a small-ish addition for the extra work. That's the first thing. So to Matilda's point about same amount of work or more for less reach. Unless your eBay is meant to be the ship out business, then you might put it on Facebook for the local business. But then again, if you have to track them, both, is it worth selling an item on Facebook and then having to delete it off eBay? Is it worth the cost of the ding in the event that you are out of stock and you don't realize? So that's the first thing. You could always buy multiple. So for me, right, I've got stuff on Facebook and I've got stuff on eBay, but that's because I've got multiples. So for example, if I've got 6 of these sets, I'll have one of them on Facebook and I'll have like 5 of them on eBay. So because I just have an idea that that's roughly how it's going to sell, like the split. And then once that split, once the Facebook one sells, I don't bother changing the eBay. I just let the eBay sit because I know it will sell eventually, and I know that the margins are what they are for both those platforms. So if you have enough items, several thousand items, and you kind of know this is local, this is for eBay, eventually you make all your money anyways because you've got other items selling along the way. So you're not trying to chase that quick sell through on everything because you need all that money back. So that's the first thought. Those people who like cross listing, I feel like with the only categories for cross listing that make sense to me is when your items are more visual than they are identifiable by text. So while there's a visual element to a Lego box, I feel like with clothing, like dresses, like stuff that Matilda likes to sell, like dresses, crochet, like art, where you're trying to list on sites that have more of a visual element, like your Poshmark, Depop, like Instagrammy kind of sites, like Facebook, or even Instagram, where people scroll. They may not pick it up they may not pick it up today, but tomorrow they might pick it up by scrolling through again, because visually it pops out. Oh, that piece of that dress speaks to me today, but yesterday it didn't. In that kind of situation, I feel that may work better because you're not looking for items with text. You're merely scrolling through a bunch of recommended things for a category of item that the buyer is interested in. So, yeah, I think if you're selling stuff that already have text-based identifiers, eBay is probably all you need. Yeah, that's kind of that. So cross-listing then will not be worth the work. All the apps do is help you to not double sell. So if you're cross-listing, but then you're paying for an app that helps you to not double sell, yeah, look, once you master eBay, every other platform just feels like it's not really worth the effort, to be honest. I see the amount of work some people go through to do Gumtree, Facebook, and avoid eBay at all costs. It's quite entertaining to watch because they're trying so hard to not pay a fee, and they're trying so hard to get reach. And because they're making sales, they think they're doing all right. And then after that, when they find out that somebody is doing 10, 20,000 in the same category a month, and that's what they do in a year, blows their mind. But because the numbers are so far from what they can do locally, they just think that it's not for me. It's not. I'll just stick with my whatever I do. So that's where you start to get people at the flea market selling you items that you will then put on eBay. So when people look at Matt going to the flea markets, picking up stuff, and people go, and he will tell them, yeah, I'll probably make $50 on top of this for eBay. Those people that he's buying them from don't like to sell on eBay anyways, because as far as they're concerned, the market can't possibly be that big. No one's gonna pay that much money. Yeah, Matt, you take the item and you go wait for your $50 profit. Like, we'll just happily take the $10 on top of whatever we pay for it. So, but that's economics, right? There are people who don't acknowledge big markets and they will always do local, and then there are people who acknowledge big markets, and once you do, which if you're one of those people who acknowledges big markets, local stuff just is like whatever. And yeah, so that's my take on cross listing. Yep. Spend your time sourcing and listing instead of trying to sort what goes in and out of multiple accounts, multiple platforms. I won't risk my account health with cross-listing. That's right. And things do sell twice a lot, especially if it's an uncommon item and somebody wants two. Ooh, yeah, very true. Syncing time is 10 minutes or longer? Yep. I find if people jump around to different platforms chasing sales, it actually is counterproductive because the seller is no longer focusing on eBay, and thus the sales diminish even further. Yep. So the whole idea of listing regularly comes down to this. If you have regular activity that is like we're doing listing lives, right? As far as eBay is concerned, for the last few weeks, I've listed every single Thursday night between 50 to 100 listings. And then I also do it on Tuesday nights between 50 to 100 listings. And then I'm also listing like 50 items every other day in between whatever else I'm doing. So that's going to go down the moment that's going to go down. My reply rates to buyers are going to go down. My sending offers are going to go down if I'm spending time on another platform. It's going to affect my sales. Unless I'm in a category that is so niche that I'm the only one with activity, then I guess it doesn't matter, right? But for most of us starting out, we don't have that privilege. So focusing on one platform definitely is a lot better, and you get a lot more return for that than trying to. I do wonder. It's almost as if eBay goes, I am the best. I know I'm the best, but if you don't believe I'm the best, then fine, go try yourself and figure it out, and then come back later. From experience selling only Facebook and Gumtree and having a few hundred different items, I would never use two platforms again for so many items, only for large pickup only items. For real, like I tried deleting items on Facebook and Gumtree. My gosh, it's tedious. Sometimes they will not refresh. Sometimes the items would delete, but then they will pop back up again because the servers didn't sync up properly. Facebook, right? Sometimes the items, you delete the items on Marketplace, and then some of the posts are still in some of the buy sell swap groups, and you get messaged on it like 6 months later going, hey, is this still available? And you go, no, I thought I deleted the listing. And so just a lot of like wasted time. People complain about how eBay, some listings disappear because they're old listings. Like Facebook, it happens too. Like people will message on listings that have sold for a long time. I will message people on listings that I know they had already sold, but then it became available again 3 months later. And then the seller, and yeah, so the point being is all these problems are inherent across all the platforms. Pick one, master one, sell on one. That's as simple as it gets. And the message on Facebook Marketplace, I'd rather poke my eye out with a burnt stick. Oh, okay. Adam, the only real benefit, because we've talked about how there's a benefit, but is it worth the trade-off? That's been the theme of like, if you go on Marketplace, Gumtree, is it really worth the trade-off compared to eBay, right? The only time you should go onto Facebook Marketplace, not Gumtree, Marketplace, is if you want feedback. So if you want to be told that your pricing is off, if you want to be told that what you think you have is not what you have, whether legitimately or someone trolling you, or you want to get a feel for your buyer group, Facebook is the place to go. So for me, whenever I start selling any category, I go on Facebook first. I join a whole bunch of I go to the collector groups, the buy sell swap groups, the groups that just brag about the item, and get a feel for who are the buyers in that group, and whether when someone says, oh, if that's what you've got, then I can retire early, like to see whether that's everybody or if that just select few people. And then that feedback is something that you cannot get on eBay, because eBay will give you the TerraPeak stuff, all the sales data, the historical sales data, but they'll never give you the context behind why an item sold at the time of the year that it did. So by putting those two things together, Facebook actually very much informs you about, and the good thing about Facebook, because it's also based on geography, you can technically join a whole bunch of groups in a whole bunch of different countries. So you can join like the action figure group in the States and just pretend you live in Indiana, and then you can join the action figures group in China, maybe not China, China's the wrong country, Malaysia, whatever, right? And you can get a feel for the different countries, like sentiments towards a category of item. And that will inform your decision-making pricing-wise and promotion-wise. When you go into TerraPeak and you see that this item sold in the UK for this much versus in the US for this much versus in Australia for this much, that's like, someone asked me to do a video on how to make sense on pricing on TerraPeak. I don't know how to show it to you. It's one of those things where you spend enough time in these Facebook groups and you get all the feedback from the comments and the messages and the between the trolling and the legitimate, I'm looking for this item, where can I find it? It was released here only or released there only. You can only get it here or there, Or people saying, go on eBay, that's where you'll get it for, but I expect to pay $300 instead of the $100 that it retailed for. All that information, you just absorb as a sponge. So Facebook for me is good for that. If you start selling a category and you don't know whether your pricing is going to be accurate or not, go to Facebook. You'll very quickly figure out what people are willing to pay. Then once you go on eBay and you see the prices that people pay in different countries or even locally, then that will pretty much tell you, all right, if I want to sell on Facebook, here is how discounted it needs to be to move locally versus internationally. In which case, the price is usually always going to be in my experience, the price of eBay tends to be higher than the local platforms anyways. So therefore, if I'm getting more reach, more dollars, the fee's a no-brainer. But yeah, Facebook's great for that feedback because eBay doesn't give you that. So you put those two things together, you become an expert on your category within a month or two. On my marketplace ads, I say turn up Saturday 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. only on Saturdays. Yeah. Cool. So is it a case where people just turn up and give you stuff, sell you stuff? What's the deal? Like, is there a table there? Are you at a desk, a lawn chair from 10 to 11 with like a stack of cash on you, and then as they come, you just pay, or is it a case where they just bring it and there's like a donation window, so to speak? That's so cool, man. Like I'm just imagining this and it's making me excited. I really want to look into it. Maybe not in the. I've got other things to sort out. I've got to figure out what the routine is for this YouTube thing that we're doing because the lives seem to be beneficial. I've got to figure out how to rearrange my garage so that it's more streamlined because currently we're walking around a lot of stuff that really shouldn't be on the ground anymore. And then after that, we'll look at getting more stock in. I definitely for my items that I sell, when they ask for a time, I tell them that's the time. Sweet. How's everybody doing? Are we doing? I think for this live, I might just chop out that last section that we just talked about was a pretty awesome section with the whole reach and cross-posting thing. I might chop it up and just put it as a separate video. That way, people watching the live don't have to scroll through the whole thing to get to this point at the very end, where viewership tends to drop as well. Yeah, I think that was a very good discussion on eBay versus other platforms. Paul, would you buy my useless jousting sticks, or will you tell me I'm dreaming? What are jousting sticks? I don't even know what jousting sticks are. I'm thinking of calling it a night. How are you guys feeling about me calling it a night? I have not seen The Castle, although I've heard that it's the movie that everyone needs to watch to become more Australian. I think at one point they got new immigrant students to watch The Castle to kind of understand Aussie culture. Am I wrong? Awesome. I'm glad we've given you things to think about, Adam. Everybody's telling me I need to go watch The Castle. All right, we got to go watch The Castle. Cool. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Hope you had fun. Hope it was informative, productive. I did 44 listings. Less than what I thought I'd do, but we did talk a lot about some pretty useful stuff. So I'm glad we had this session, and we'll see. Let me know what you guys want to do on Tuesday. I'm almost feeling like with the Tuesday lives, this feels better than. I like your feedback on something. This format feels a lot better than what we've been doing on Tuesday, where Tuesday we try and talk about a topic, but I feel like every time we've talked about a topic, it's like everybody knows the topic anyways, and it feels like I'm just talking to the room, and I don't feel like that's quite useful. So do you reckon the Tuesday and Thursday should just be like live listing sessions where we do like 30 minutes and then 10 minutes, and then usually by then questions come up, and then we actually can talk at length about the topic that's relevant to the people in the room rather than having to pick a topic and see who shows up? What do you guys think? So Sandra's a yes, please for listing live instead. Cool. All right. Yeah, I think that's better because I feel like we've talked the quality of what we've talked about today much better than what we've done most of the Tuesdays. Just making listing lives be easier and more consistent too. Because most of you guys, I reckon, on the Tuesday you're kind of doing listing anyways. And I noticed even on the Tuesday lives when I was talking about a certain topic, there would be like the chat is complete. Like the chat doesn't keep up with the topic either. Like the chat will just go on its own, do its own thing. So I was thinking, yeah, if that's the case, then why don't we just talk about whatever's in the chat? Because that's what people want to talk about. Done. So from now, we'll do Tuesday, Thursday listing lives. We'll forget about the fixed topic. Makes me less stressed as well because, yeah, the last one on quality listings, it felt there was a lot of pressure. I was like, we're talking about it, and about 20 minutes in, and I go, crap, this is going to be a very short live. This is not good. Yeah. Cool. All right. Good night, everybody. We'll see you guys on Tuesday again. If I list live between now and then, I'll let you guys know on Instagram. Although I don't think that's going to happen because I had a fever just now, had a nap, popped 2 Panadol. I feel a lot better now because I think I had a nap, but my throat's really sore. So it'll be probably a normal night tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to try and recover. It's not, you don't feel bad, it's not your fault. It's not the YouTube thing. It's just I've kind of ridden myself quite hard, plus not sleeping well because of my daughter punching me in the face. But yeah, so there probably won't be another listing live until Tuesday. See you Tuesday. Tell your friends to come. I'm trying to the not private benefit of why these lives are happening is because I'm trying to get my watch hours up. And so if this stuff is beneficial, get people to join in with you. And then yeah, I would love to see a listing live session where we have 100 people. Like I reckon if by Christmas we can have 100 people listing at exactly the same time all over Australia, that'd be pretty dope. So let's see if we can get there. Help me out. Yay! People who did listing when the live popped up. Whew, cool. We'll make it a thing. All right, see you guys. Go to sleep. Everybody go to sleep.